You could buy hacking. There's too much room for me in outer space. Also true. I don't know. No one knows Papa Nate's fine. Yeah, so the Fed C, the reason Fed C is an issue is it already has 2 starting systems and one's an artillery system, which isn't very good. But the other one's a 2-person teleporter, which also isn't very strong. 4-person teleporter, you can kind of just win with that. 2-person is less so. And this means with those 2 systems in place, we cannot get both cloaking and hacking. We have to choose between those 2. All the other systems are just too weak to really consider. The other thing is we don't start with weapons. So we have to board if we want to kill ships. Occasionally we'll get them with the artillery, but not a lot. So, yeah, it can be brutal. Essentially, we're just going to be tanking damage throughout the first sector, hoping we survive long enough to kind of try and stabilize the run and go from there. But, I don't know. We're back. Because they'll... Yeah, that's true. All right, we got that hormone, got that enabled. Let's go ahead and begin. All right, so the data we carry, it's super vital to the remaining Federation fleet. We'll need supplies to the journey. Make sure to explore each sector before moving on to the next. Get to the exit before the pursuing rebel fleet can catch up. Now, we're totally going to board with these 2 crew because boarding with Zoltans is awful. Unless they take out 3 people with their explosive damage, they're losing every single fight. Like, that's the only way you can get value from them, and that's really awful. And also, since one of the things we're actually strong against is boarding, is auto ships, because we can do, like, 5 system damage before our crew die, thanks to being at 100 health, and the fact we have emergency respirators. All right, so let's save spots. And not inherently looking for a store, just trying to live, but I would like to know where the store is in case I need repairs. So we'll take this beacon because it has so much more information for us. Hey, Bozemaniac. All right, on board, Bozemaniac. Power up weapons. Okay. So this is a rebel ship. There's going to be 3 crew on board. Steam is very early. So we're going to try and do some 2v1s by kiting back and forth in rooms. Because right now I'm at a slight... the Mantis will win their fight. The human will tie. But if we go back and forth, they actually swap out crew. Dodge. Nice, that's good. It's an excellent dodge. Unfortunately, I don't know how long it's going to take for these weapons to desync that we're going to be safe. All right, cool. By putting the crew in the room, we actually did get them to charge in time. All right, so the sinking should now be in our favor, so we're going to send in our backup boarders. Nah, they're not really trained, but I also don't want to... All right, so we send this one out of the room, we send this one out of the room, this one back in the room. There we go. All right, 14 bucks. Yeah, it's a start. And this is one of the other things that takes a long time, is constantly having to kill off our crew. It's vital that they are at 100 health whenever we board. So we have a clone bay instead of a medical unit. So medical unit, we could put them in here, like they would just heal as long as they're in the med bay and it's powered. But instead we only get minor health bumps every time we jump. Like I said, we want to be at 100 health so that we have the advantage in fights. Well, we don't want to be at a disadvantage in fights more so than we already are. All right, so we don't have enough to get a buffer point in our shield system. It's unfortunate. We'll take this beacon just again to see if this is also a store. And then we'll kind of go along this edge. So much murder. It's only 2 murder. Darn. This is a really bad fight for us. So this is a remote settlement. We have the chance at making double rewards off of this, but it's also riggers, which means that it's going to have 2 weapons and drone control. But they don't have a med bay. Yeah, I wish I knew what was inside before I boarded. So somewhat of a risk. Oh, it's a defensive drone? That's actually really good for us then. No repair bot. Got a human and an NG. Okay, let's swap out to kill the human as fast as possible. Yeah, combat drone could be very, very bad. Okay. So it's still rough if this like hits us in, like if it was a combat drone and this missile hits us in the shields, we're in a bad spot. The big thing is that they don't have a med bay. Yeah, I haven't ran the Mantis over there. That's on me. Yeah, try and fix it. Oh, it's another NG? All right, that's excellent. 13 bucks plus another 9 and a breach. All right, let's go ahead and bring him back. Yeah, easy game. We got this. Good job, everyone. Good job repairing that. Go ahead and vent him again. Yeah, I should totally have the Mantis here in sensors. Because, like, pirate ships, I won't know what their crew makeup is. Alright, I did have everybody named. Buffer point and shields. Okay. So we just need another 14 scrap to get our second shield online. Again, like, we just tank damage. There's not like a lot we can do about it. Sometimes we have to figure out whether it's actually worth going into a fight or not. Starting with Zoltan and sensors. Oh no. Because I think there's gonna... I mean, Hollow talked a lot about just knowing when to run from fights. Oh, there's a store. I don't think we care about it. It's too early. 1, 2. We might go 1, 2. So if like we take a bunch of damage these fights, we just hit the store up and then we can do repairs. Actually, this is a really good fight for us too. So it is a pirate ship, but we see that they don't have a med bay, and their weapons will eventually desync. So we'll go ahead and fight them. Also, that's doors, not sensors. Good job, me. NG humans, got it. I want to board in this side room so that the crew have to walk into it and they get a few extra shots. Full power? Reactor. Oh, good dodge. Wow. Okay, get some 2v1 time. Get more 2v1 time. These weapons are, like, incredibly nice. Like, seriously, these weapons have been very nice to us, that they've all been just one-powered single projectile weapons. We haven't run into, like, a flak 1 or burst 2 yet. Not even a burst 1. All right. 22 bucks. Amazing. That's highest scrap rewards for Sector 1. And venting. And upgrading to level 2 shields. Run days ago, it definitely helped me put the win. Ah, nice. Yeah, Fed C is, I mean, it's rough just because, like, it doesn't, like I said, all you're doing is tanking damage and trying to mitigate tanking as much damage as you possibly can. And then there's just, like, reading this, whatever fight you're going into and being like, all right, so is this fight where I survive? Is this a fight where I can win? That kind of stuff. But to get to Shields 2 and only taking 3 points of damage is ridiculous. 4 runs. Yeah, no. Asteroid field. That stinks. All right. Zoltan isn't bad. Rock's a little bit gross. These are absolutely disgusting weapons, though. But it took the rock so long to get here. I mean, we gave ourselves the best chance maximizing advantage of the 2v1. All right, where's the other shot going? Teleporter, small bomb. Okay, that's fine. Wow, another 22 scrap. Bum, bum, bum. All right, let's go ahead and repair. Gosh, time-wise, I don't remember when it started. It's been months. Because actually, I didn't even save like a bunch of VODs. Welcome back. Enjoy that. Yeah, I always start with like, I think you start with like 16 fuel. I do need some other resources. So the key system, like I tend to buy hacking with this ship. I try to buy hacking with all the ships. Because it gives us door control, and like often it will be using it for weapon control as well. So that's really important. All right, 30 bucks. Yeah, I don't see a real need to go to the store in this current situation, so we won't. Foolish alien, your kayak has siphoned our greatness. Ooh, this is actually this is potentially a training ship for us. Yeah, I'm super eager. Like I said, these runs can tend to go along here. Also, I should just... So the Mantis is gonna board. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait for the Mantis Scout to run out of bombs. Actually, I'm curious. I didn't even know if this is on Mike's list or not. Boop, boop, ba-doop, boo. Oh, it doesn't like that command. What? I was gonna actually check. So enemy ships actually have a number of weapons or missiles based essentially on... Could you move? Okay, weapons. So the amount of missiles they have is actually set. It's based on whatever their layout is. I want the Mantis to go back, and we're gonna see if we can get the NG to come on over. All right, so as long as this doesn't hit us in the shields, we're fine. And if it does hit us in the shields, we just put absolutely everybody in that room and fix it as fast as possible. Like so. Oh, that's cool. Okay. That's pretty hilarious, actually. All right, so we're actually going to take some more additional damage here. Got to be careful to see if the small bomb's landing in our shield system. It's not. See if this shot lands in our shield system. It didn't. Cool. All right. Which one is our engines crew? Just keep an eye on power. So, I mean, this was always a possibility, like I said, of them hitting us in the shields, but we're trading it off just because there's a high likelihood we'll be able to get... Okay, that was dangerous. Yeah, well, I mean, I can move them out. Yeah, well, I'm not on no pause. Like, as long as it's down, it's always dangerous for that crew. Like, nothing changes that. In fact, actually, this can fire fast enough if you're not sending in multiple people to repair it to... They'll die anyways. Anytime now. Anytime you want to run out of bombs, you let me know. So we're also going to reset this crew health, and then, like I said, eventually we'll be able to just train out the single projectile. We'll speed hack it so it doesn't take a year and a half. All right, cool. Don't look, Ron Klee. But yeah, we're gonna engage in some mass purging right now. Oh, okay. This isn't 100% ideal because I really don't want this Zoltan to be my pilot for the duration of the game. But I'll take the added dodge, plus this crew being trained here increases how fast our FTL charges to get out of bad fights. And then we'll board in, kill them off once we get training done. And I'll lower the sound because that's done. Cool. So yeah, we're just using a program called Cheat Engine to speed up the frame rate of the game, so this doesn't take like an hour. Yeah, but like I said, I don't remember when I started this streak. It's been a long while. Bum. Pew. And then we're probably going to have to do yakety strats to actually get the kill here. Cool. All right, with that done, next is yakety strats. So we're going to board in and just run around their ship for a while until we can send in our second group of boarders. Well, the reason we're doing this is I'm going to need a group of boarders to punch down their med bay. Now, if I start attacking these crew now, they'll take damage, and then they'll go over to the med bay and heal up, which will prevent my crew from being able to punch it down. All right, but we're just gonna kind of chill out in the shields and start tanking hits. No, it is a level 2 med bay. Bum, bum, bum. Try and maintain their health. Exploit that. The NG only does half damage. The Mantis that does more. 22 bucks. All right. I mean, again, money has been good. We've maintained most of our hull. I don't know if they'll fix that in time. Mantis is very, very, very slow. Aw. I really don't need to fix it. Like, anything boarding there. So there's two schools of thought. Like, one school is that I don't fix this so that it can't possibly burn down and I take damage. The other one is I do repair it, so if I do get boarded in there, I can just let that crew start punching down that system and then eventually vent them to someplace else. Whichever. Bum, 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 bum. There's a possibility of a second store. Ignore it. Fair. 1, 2, 3. All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 5 jumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So just making sure we maximize jump here. Yeah. Demand the surrender of the goods. So this is good because these ships running away tend to give free stuff that have been like transport ships. Bad thing is I have no idea what I'm about to get into as a fight. Okay. So they have a 4 damage volley. They're gonna board with one of their own crew. I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to do this. That's, yeah, that's a very dangerous weapon setup that they have. And they have a clone bay, but so do I. And they're running away, but they're going to send one border over. I mean, I definitely let them board. All right, this is, again, trying to mitigate as much damage as possible. I can let them board, put 2 in shields, run 1 crew to weapons. They will be able to survive 12 seconds. I'll be able to punch 1 weapon down. So at least it'll get me down to 3 projectiles then by chaining that, which makes the fight a lot safer, but they'll still have the person on my ship that I have to deal with. Or I could... Yeah, no, it's going to be the heavy laser that goes down. Still, it's a projectile going down. Then potentially send these 2, finish off the job. That's one option. The other one is, like, the problem is I can't kill them because I have no idea what level level clone bay this is. If this is level 2, they'll just spawn right back into existence. Heavy laser isn't the source here. Yeah, unless my shields get hit, and then it starts becoming a source. It also can deal with shield suppression. It's still worth taking a weapon offline. All right, they boarded in my door, so I can't even do door control shenanigans. All right, they're in here. Okay. Oh, with 3, then I can't actually hold this down. Right, I can't actually hold it down because I have to rotate this crew back. Yeah, that's how it only works with 3 borders. Okay. All right, one shot's offline. That's better for us. Yeah. If they have a level 2 clone bay, I can't win it anyways. I have no idea what level clone bay they have. I have to play around the bad RNG, Britnoth. Okay, so that's a slight pain. Like, I just get hit. Doesn't matter. Okay. And they're able to fix it. But they're weak. Oh! Okay. No, that was definitely a mistake. No. Britnoth has to backseat as much as possible whenever somebody isn't doing well. That's how they show that they're really good at the game. And that got depowered too. Yeah, I think this is a bit of a lost cause right now. Well, the mistake was like doing. I don't have 3 borders, so that strategy just like doesn't work. And then I boarded with less than I needed to. Okay. Yeah. So we killed that crew. That's a level 2. I don't think I can do anything about it. I don't know. Maybe I should have just let him run. Run, repair. All right. Well, we'll cut our losses. Okay. Kill the border. Yeah, we just have to reset. Like I said, so I had the wrong strategy going there, trying to knock the weapons out, but with it being a level 2 clone bay, like, I can't win it anyways. Like, they just spawn back in too fast, and eventually their weapons, like, so the burst laser fires at 12 seconds, and then the heavy fires at 9. So as that gap decreases, then the heavy laser starts coming out towards the end of the burst too, and so it starts lining up and creates a shot like that. Now, even though we damaged it, so it messed up their syncing, this was inevitable. Really? Probably doing a full reset anyways. Wow, it insta spread to 2 fires. All right, fair enough. Do 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 do. I think that fight is okay when it's 3 humans. I don't. Again, if it's a level 1 clone bay, it's fine. If it's level 2, which it looked like it was level 2, they spawn as soon as they kill the last one, and I never hurt their ship. So there's like, how much damage am I going to tank? So either way, I'm going to get hurt there. But no, I should have just ran. I should have just ran from it. You break it in 6 seconds. No, that's completely wrong. What do you... 1, 2. All right. It's 12.5 seconds per crew. So yeah, it gets it round up to 6. So that means it's over 12 seconds to break it. Sure. And they recharge. And crew spawn back in every 9. So before I break it, another crew spawns back in. Okay, that's cool pickup. All right, NG friend, go fix things. Hey, Squigga, how's it going? Welcome back to the realm of streaming. Hope, what was it? Are you playing the Kickstarter game? Check its hello, hello. 85. The quest. Got 2 jumps for the exit. How's the best ship in the galaxy doing? Rough. We were doing fine until I ran to level 2 clone bay, 3 crew, burst laser, 1 heavy laser, 1, or burst laser, 2 heavy laser, 1. And I should have just, like, tried running away to mitigate losses, I guess. That dealt us at least 10 points of damage. Plus, they had the border on our side. I don't know. I had to replay that fight a couple times. Yeah, Squig is being facetious. . Really don't lose training. Oh, it's a fighting Engie though. All right, so everything's fine. So try and make money. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's very bad. Dang. They have a medbay and they have a missile weapon. This is like exactly what we don't want. Plus, they also have 3 fighters that win fights. They're going to board me, so it's just going to be 2v1ing the Mantis. Actually, to board now. I'm trying to bait the Mantis to board me so that I have to deal with the rock on their ship. I don't know if this is going to be an Artemis missile or not. This is very bad. We had a bunch of nice ships. This is why I think this ship is one of the worst ships in the game. It's like every fight is just dangerous as soon as they have decent weapons. Because there's nothing I can do to interact with these weapons because they're just going to stand there and prevent them, or they'll run back to the medbay and then back and forth to the weapons. So we're just tanking. Like, that's all you can do is you just tank. It's not a strategy. You just tank, and then you tank some more. We got really fortunate, but like one bad fight, we took a bunch of damage, and now we're into another really bad fight. Okay, at least it's only a Leto. I know that this crew could be somewhere else to give me a reactor. I don't need reactor. I want the dodge training. It's way more important. All right, so they ran to the med bay. Wow, booked. Okay, so what I want to do is lock those doors. Oh, I can't lock this door. All right. Question is, can I take this down? Okay, you're actually in the room, right? All right, so I lost my dodge training, but maybe we can break the missile. Cool. Man, everything's just double fires every time it lands. It's definitely not what we want to have happen. All right, missiles offline. That does make us a lot safer. Okay, Clone Bay is that's definitely offline. Got it. So I'm just stalling as much as possible to give my crew a chance. We're still a threat to just asteroids and the basic laser. All right, now with the third crew back, they're both going to be in med bay, so eventually one of them will show up. All right, so weapons are now completely offline. Nazar is on decent health. Start repairs. Oh, that door was open. Ha. Okay, just wait a second. All right, I'm holding that down for the time being. They have 3 crew on their ship, so that puts me at a pretty severe disadvantage. Though 2 of them are Mantis, so they won't be able to fix things. I just, like, maybe I should have just, like, shot them and stalled out instead of trying to get for a crew kill here. Okay, well, their asteroids is going to get the job done for us. Eventually. I'll take it. $19. Hey, old pigeon. Hope you're well. All right, that was a little bit more intense than I would have liked. Ugh. Can't do any, like, ship upgrades. I'd be really tempted to just upgrade engines just to, like, be able to run from, like, the disgusting fights. Bum, ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum, bum. All right, we'll be able to get that heal up. Yeah, I mean, oh, that's good. All in all, it's been fine. It's just like this ship just has bad fights. Like you can just have like one really, really bad fight and your ship gets ripped apart and there's like nothing you can do about it except like try to run away as fast as possible. And the store was early. But we're up on scrap and everything. If we can just make it to a store, we're in really good position. Uncharted Nebula's only one store, but rock-controlled ships are really bad for us because they have cloaking, even though they have 2 stores. So we're actually going to go Uncharted, which I don't love, but we're also strong against auto ships as well. This normally is a thing you wouldn't want to do, but like I said, rock ships can have level 2 or can have cloaking in level 2 sectors. That could be the store, and it's just absolutely buried. That would be pretty unfortunate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's a weird layout. Normally, I don't get this upgrade, but, geez. What's more beneficial, this or this? I can get both. So this gives me a chance to interact with weapons on single shielded ships, which could be really beneficial, particularly if we're boarding, they're going to lose dodge training. The other one is just gets me out of fights, which is pretty disgusting. Two power for plasma storms. So we are sitting at 7 reactors, so we'll have 5 for the fight, which is 2 shields and boarding. I mean, that's pretty okay. All right. A chance to interact with weapons if I just can't get them offline. If that's the case, I'll take it. All right, so I take this beacon here because I won't be able to see this one for a long time. So we go 1, 2, 3, That's the store. It doesn't help me. 4. Rock Gunners spend all their practice time aiming targeting clone bays. Well, like I said, the problem is they'll have cloaking, so like it just puts me in the like an awful situation. Their crew has 150 health. Like, yeah, I can kite them around, but if they have missiles and cloaking, I just die. And it's not something I really want to do. Intruders on board. Cool. They're in my clone bay. Get vented. Okay. Speaking about getting vented, this is where mapping out sectors is really important. We have to make sure we take every opportunity to find a store. If you just start like hopping around or whatever, and you're just missing beacons, like that's no good. Like, also, like, Ion Storms, the drones here will only have 1 offensive drone. Okay, it's not the store. Go this way. No, prepare for a fight. Cool. Da, 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 ba, da, ba, ba, bum. Da, 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 da. All right, I put you in shields to this. So we'll break this before this has a chance to fire, and our 2 shields are good enough against the bot. And we actually can do like 5 damage before our crew die. And they take 30 seconds to do repairs. Okay. I mean, actually, until this is fixed, like, we have an idea. Yeah, go ahead, actually move crew over here to slightly speed up our charge time. Oh, that got fixed. Oxygen back online. Go flak. So it's still another 30 seconds before this gets back online. Okay. $12. All right, move you here, because again, I have to reset crew health every jump. Jump, yeah, they do tend to have pretty high evasion there. I think they can only max out at like level 3 in the sector. I don't think anything hits level 4 engines. Unless, I don't know, maybe some elite that on a dive. Oh, also, I didn't bring sound back up from the training montage. Training montage. I can wait for the whole ship to be reoxygenated. Of course, this is actually the only room that's probably low. All right, is there a store? No. Oh, they called us repugnant. Interesting. I really don't want to roll 3 damage from them. Rock ship with a missile. Yeah, these are the things we were trying to avoid. Now, if we had a rock crew member, we actually get a high scrap event from this. So best case scenario is we board with 2, our burst laser hits and takes the missile offline. It's only a Leto, and we're only looking at like 2 damage. If it's an Artemis, it can possibly fire 2 times, and that's 4 damage, and that puts us in a really sketchy position here, so we just have to leave. Okay, so even if that is a store, I can't go to it. But scrap. So I take that 2 to see those 2 beacons, and then we go this way. Empty. There's actually like a couple, I think like Teleporter has like 3 blue options in Uncharted sectors. Oh, okay, so yeah, we're totally attacking this ship. We're completely safe. Could train the NG on piloting. Wow, that's cool. Okay. Scrapping items, just need a store. That potentially is going to be able to like snipe weapons. It's not accurate, so it's not going to hit like a 2x1 room 100% of the time, but it'll hit 2x2 rooms. And often sometimes before they have a chance of firing. Put the crew back. What are your... okay, we still have full pilot training. Missing 3 dodges. Okay. But is there a store? No. We did only see 1 additional beacon. So I haven't seen this beacon, that beacon, that beacon. So those 3 could possibly be stores, or these 2. All right. So if that's the store, this is bad. Like, of course, I was hoping to actually see a store already by now. Of the 1, 2, or it could have been that one. Remember, we actually didn't see that one. They could have buried the store, and we don't even get to see one. One, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna we miss so much by doing it this way. Maybe we backtrack, go 1, 2, 3. That way I'm actually only missing out on 1 jump. So if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, actually it doesn't really matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, exit. Versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, exit. I guess we go the 6 route. Go to the automated station. Easy fight, completely safe. Okay. All we have to do is, like, if we get to a store, we can kind of stabilize the run, get to the store, buy hacking. And actually, we'll be in a pretty decent spot. Really, it's only been, like, the one bad fight. Oh, still not the store. Gosh, if it was there, that would be so gross. It essentially was like impossible for me to get to. That was potentially a risk with going to an uncharted sector. It's because there's one store. 14 and a defense drone. All right, again, I have money. I'm gonna give this my ability to just maybe run away if fights are bad. Because, again, we do have money. I don't really want to risk taking fights. I can't. I don't think. So a pirate ship could have Zoltan shields and a missile. Yeah, the other sector was rock. I was concerned about missiles and cloaking. Really? You're gonna do this to me, FTL? Yes, there is. I've personally seen them have level cloaking in level 2, in sector 2. All right, again, actually, it's another safe fight for us. I can't remember. It was a long time ago, but I remember going sector 2 because I can't remember what the other sector was, and then they actually had cloaking ships. So, no thank you. Should I try and get those extra 2 pips of training? Does Mike's thing say there's not? Oh. Okay. Probably crashed because it was too popular. Alright, so what's in the store? Cloaking, drone control, backup battery. Okay, we're not going drone control, so the defense drone is out. I really don't want to sell any of these things if I don't have to. How much does this cost me? 35. Cloaking. I wouldn't, if we had like really good weapons, cloaking is kind of all right. Like, and then you just become a weapon ship with cloaking. Rock Scouts don't have cloaking. I would be very confused because I remember like flipping out at the fact that there was cloaking. Fighters, Sector 2, normal doesn't have cloaking, but the DLC does. Wow. Calculator. All right. So actually, I mean, we're just gonna go to the exit. So buying the battery. Okay, no, we just buy battery. That's question. The problem with buying battery here is so I dropped down to 77 scrap, and I still need repairs. We over repair. And then we're just out of here. All right, well, we didn't die. Yay! Pirates are rock controlled. So transit more crew, same problem that we just talked about. But again, 1 store versus 2 stores. I could just be limiting myself by like how many stores we see. But the store's not going to be in a nebula. So we got to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably pick this beacon up just to save a jump. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's essentially what our sector routing is going to do. Yeah, I'm a fan of not dying. We'll see. Nothing personal, but you have some information we need. Kind of feels like it's personal. Wow. So this is interesting. They only have 1 shield. Pretty gross weapons. We'll board with the 2 crew that we have. Like, that happens. I'm trying to figure out if missile is better here. I think it has to be burst. The missile can just miss even if we do normally hit. But this is also an Artemis. Because it's a slug ship. I don't know. I'll give myself a chance to snipe it, I guess. Right. Good dodge. There's no point in shooting it with another missile, because like the next 3 damage will just keep taking this offline, so it doesn't do anything for us. Cool. All right, nice. We know it's an Artemis missile because slug ships only have Artemis missiles and breaches. That's it. That's all they get. Like, normally I would not fix up to like 25 repair, but again, a lot of what we're going to be doing is just tanking damage. So hopefully our crew kills generate some more money, which we did have like a really strong Sector 1. Sector 2 wasn't great, but we lived. Did they just say nice weapons? Hey, that's a nice burst laser one you got there. Very spooky. Looks like there's no way around a fight. Drone control, that's very gross. Okay, I see the beam drone. And the combat drone. Okay. This is very gross. Wow, those dodges. Yeah, it's essentially per salvo, so it actually has like a lot of value. Okay, that technically did the job. All right, that's 5. It'll take a full minute before they're able to bring those crew back. We can board with those 2, break that system. We have time. Hey, Galaria. All right, wants to be an NG. I believe I can do that. Yeah, if I'm not like a super talkative, like it takes a long time. It can take a long time for this ship to get going, and it seems like that's going to be the case this go around. All right, so I want to break this because I just don't want that Combat 1 coming back online. And break the weapons. Yeah, I didn't see the combat drone initially, but I like knew that this is going to be a double drone ship. Like they just have 5 power here, so I guess the correct play actually would have been to board into these weapons and try and break them first, because this will have a buffer point into it. No point leaving them over there. That'd be rude. I mean, I guess we could punch down, well, whatever. Suppress them as long as possible. Good job, everyone. Let's get you over there, just so they're respawning at full speed. Nice. 18 scrap. All right, not amazing amount of scrap, but fight that I don't take any damage with, I'm pretty happy about. Store? No. I'll go to the distress. Wait for my oxygen to go back to normal. So we're floating $80 to try and find hacking. So that's why I'm not like doing any other upgrades right now. I also don't really want to sell either of these weapons because they're both solid weapons, and like I'm gonna be spending a lot of money on, like I said, repairs and whatnot, so I can't afford to look at a weapon and be like, this isn't 100% optimal, maybe I should get rid of it. Also, sorry for not getting you on the crew. They're just pirates. This fight is really disgusting unless I break one of their weapons. Also, you were supposed to be here, and you're not. All right, they do only have 2. We can exploit this. There's just no guarantee this missile lands. That's the problem. Like so. All right, so this is at 13 seconds. This is at 16 seconds, but these shots are a lot faster than these shots in terms of velocity. So maybe we'll be able to recover in time. Maybe we just get a clutch dodge. Got a dodge. So now these weapons actually sync up better. Okay, good. Like I said, I just needed the 1 point of damage into their weapons, and then we're fine. Oh, that's on fire. Enjoy. $27. Batman. Enjoy the outdoors. Is this a store? Hey, it's a store. All right. Filthy human. Actually, somebody already wanted to be a human, but I can, you know. Unlikely I'll add another human to the ranks, but I eventually do want to have 2 boarding squads, dedicated boarding squads. Store. There's a possibility of a second store here, so I don't want to like farm up money and get like super value. Everyone has already been selected. Really? Okay. This is bad. This is the risk of running into single store sectors, is like it really limits our store chances. So we're gonna kind of keep floating the $80, but we might just go up to Shields 3. Again, it's just all about absorbing as much damage as possible. Okay, I take the 2 fuel. 2, 3, 4, 5. We still have plenty of that. We don't take any of these weapons. We don't sell any of our weapons. All right, so you're 25 plus 25. You're 50. I don't think I can quite pull the trigger on going Shields 3 yet. We can get a buffer point in Shields. I don't know, the other idea is, like, as we upgrade our weapons, so, like, you know, Zoltan shields are still a problem for us. We might actually run to them in this pirate sector. I'm going to keep our defenses going. And instead of taking this jump so that I can actually spot this beacon a little bit earlier. Well, no. I guess I take this one so I can see that beacon. 1, 2. I won't be able to see it if I go that routing. 2, 3. Yeah, I guess either way I'm not going to see something. welcome, Python Idler. Enjoy being a filthy human. Good call. Okay. Distress. And there was much rejoicing. Sure, I'll lead you to your destination. Quest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many jumps are left in the sector? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, possibly 6. All right, yeah. I can't do anything else with the money. Not really. Pulsar. Missile. Burst Laser 2. Okay. So I want to try and swipe their weapons because both of these weapons are dangerous. Get one of them offline. It's going to be tricky because boarding, so we actually have to board away from weapons. But at least the missile won't miss if they don't dodge it. Get one of the weapons offline, switch to the burst laser. Depending on what weapon they go with next. And try and burst laser off another one. It's a pretty bad fight. Or, you know, just get double fires. That's totally acceptable. Double fires is pretty good. All right, so we dropped down to 1 shield bubble here with the Zoltan in there. Our shield's still guaranteed to get hit because we don't want anything else to get really hit here. It might actually be worth trying to fire another missile on here just so that it burns down and eventually takes this other weapon offline. We are not out of the woods yet. Free fire button because we got 1 because of the 1. Okay, their weapons did not go down. All right, since I have extra dodge with the Zoltan, like 10 extra points. Okay, that's good. Now we don't have to worry about the Pulsar taking out Clone Bay because we do have Zoltans. So we're actually going to send these crew in here because I want this weapon system to burn down. I need it to burn down 1 more pip. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Okay, we put crew there. We want our shields to be absorbed. That's fine. All right, you're gonna defend shields, but not doors. Let's take out their med bay. And we'll just kind of chill in their med bay. Wow, 5 fuel, 7 missiles, 11 scrap. That's a really nice, tempting offer. How much more do I just need scrap, though? I mean, I would technically buy 3 fuel. That's another 9 scrap. 7 missiles, so Swarm Missile is active for much longer, is also pretty nice. To get 3 shields by the time I out of this sector, plus float 80 scrap for hacking, I need 140. Missile indulgences don't happen too often. Yeah, I mean, we're only using... like, we're going to be using them more than I would want to, because, like I said, we haven't found our complementary system yet that we want to go with this. I don't know if I can turn down a crew kill, though. Nah, I think I need the scrap more. Three fuel, 2 missiles, $25. So 5 less missiles, 2 less fuel, but I got 14 more scrap. Okay. I'm still pretty happy about being at 14 fuel, so... Crew actually in the right positions. Oh, we're not ready to go, though. We're not ready to leave yet. Okay, that is not a store. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's only 4 more jumps. Asteroid field. Okay. Hey, Gastro wants to be a rock. Okay. Gastro rock, as if I didn't know, but... I'm probably teleporting them back. Where's it landing? Oh, it went offline at the exact same time. Okay, cool. I was really slow to react to the small bomb. I could have got Papa Need up into this room and taken less damage. I was really focused on being here. So with the dual bomb setup, it was very dangerous that they could have like small bombed here and small bombed there. And then I have to like try and fix teleporter so they can teleport back. One, two, three. Really? Really? Okay. Do I want to bother try resetting their health and taking a damage for doing so? Or do I just hope this is a friendly quest? I mean, I guess I could always board with the other human. Crow, if he gave a weapon that's basically a small bomb, except it was 2 power, and small bomb through it targeted 3 times instead of 1 for 1 missile cost, would you use it? Okay, let me read that again. So you have a weapon that's 2 power instead of 1, but it's bombed our target 3 times instead for 1 missile. I mean, it depends on the time of it, but basically you're saying that would I spend 2 power to potentially do upwards of 6 damage to a room? Sounds good. Sounds very strong. Reactor! Yay. Oh, actually, Rose Maniac health was fine. Like they would have got it on the next jump. Oh well. I'm gonna go up to 3 shields. Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of the Breach Bomb. Breach Bomb is 3 damage with a guaranteed breach for 2 power in 17 seconds. Oh, actually, we just got a free reactor, so I might not even have to do that. Might not even have to do that. Battery teleporter. Okay. We're still in it. What is your specialty? Upgrade my pilot lead for 14. No. Mantis Homeworlds. Okay. Runs ruin? Oh no, how'd I do that? By not buying reactor? I've ruined a lot of... Oh no. Alright, so we take that beacon in case that's a store. We go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's going to be our routing. All right, battery for this, power for that. So technically, yeah, no, we do have all the power that I would be using. Pry it open. Oh, that's really cool. Okay, Mantis, double Mantis borders is good. Like I said, we just hit this distress. Do I want to give you 2 fuel? We're in a Mantis sector. If I give him 2 fuel, I drop down to 6. I can't. Like, what stinks is, like, how much I've been, like, as you know, I focus a lot on making sure that I have fuel. I can't risk it. 6 fuel in a sector where there's only 1 store and there's definitely 2 or 3 beacons we don't see. That is just way too high risk. And they could just give me something like a map layout, which, I mean, yeah, it could be beneficial, but no, I can't risk it. Aid the civilian ship. So this fight is safe for us. We're gonna train our pilot. I think that makes a lot of sense here to get the pilot training that I need. So we're just gonna speed hack again. The fun scene. Yeah, yeah. It's been a time. All right. First off, make sure I have oxygen on. Everything else set up and good. I mean, we could go for weapons training with the NG as well, but that leads too much into my dodge. I guess we could just do both. We just got one. We pried it from a capsule or some ejected pod. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Cool. All right. Now we'll get weapon training with the NG. Canned mantis? Canned mantis. Yeah. So after run 57, I went back to the speed hack. Mostly it was it was totally fair. I think it was the Zoltan C run. We got like first jump. We trained on a heavy ion, and it took over an hour. It took over an hour. And it was really rough. And actually, Kalari was like, can we go back to the speed hack, please? Actually, she said something very nice and appropriate. And I was just like, yeah, that's probably a good call. That probably makes a lot of sense. Yeah, yeah. Because that's... Oh, auto fire. That's also a thing that has to be on for this to actually work. Oh. Oh, yeah. So they have artists, which I think is generally for emotes, but I gave them to people who did emotes or did banner work or provided drawings that we have links to. I don't know if they grant them the same level as like VIP status. But yeah, it's just like people who provided artwork for the channel. Yeah, you're an artist now. You weren't before. Now it's official. Only I can do that. I can make people artists. Let I get mine for glorious alignment. I mean, you're a VIP. Plus, I can only give them out to 5 different people, apparently. So it's Gromfaloon, tracks for the banner, Whole Pigeon for the 2 stacks drawings, Cyber Billy for Crow Recall, and then Papanate for Crow Refresh. Yeah. Put it on your resume. All right, that should hopefully be the last time that I have to do that. So this is actually like, it's really great that we went to a Mantis sector because Mantis weapons tend to be pretty weak. Like very weak. So as far as ships go, Uncanned Mantis, yeah, free range Mantis, gross. I want mine full of like preservatives and yeah. All right. There's a chance Python Idler might have to be upgraded to a not Python Idler. Oh, is Jackson? Oh, Jackson. We started with. Okay. GMO, genetically modified organism. Delicious. All right, go back over there. You're fine. Oh, there's the store. All right. Does that screw up our sector layout? Of course it does. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we can jump from here to here. Oh, that's probably good enough. Crow doesn't do genetically mantis organism. It doesn't do great when it has to read messages on time. Sausages. Mantis. Yeah, it's actually very bad. Like in college, I used to have to do a ton of reading, so I got very good at being able to like read like paragraphs, like first sentence, last sentence, and decipher like the like important information, because you know it's gonna be like, oh, like that's a salient fact, and that's just like flowery text, and I need not to apply it to a bunch of other stuff. Look, when you earn a writer's badge, then I'll take the opportunity to actually navigate your letterings. All right. All right? Yeah. I kind of want to just go to the store now. Again, there could be a second store. Do we still bank on second store? Like, do the pathing that we were going to do? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have to check, because if there's no hacking here, I can't kind of backtrack the way I want to clear all the beacons. I will lead you to your destination. Okay, so let's see. Oh. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, so we're not leading them. Okay. 1, 2, 3. No. So we go stores. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we definitely have 7. And that's the fastest routing. We can actually burn a jump here if we have time. So this is why we mapped the sector, like I said. There was a possibility of a second store. We gave ourselves a chance to find it. You gonna get drones today? You can't get drones on this ship. Like, drone control is just really bad. Okay, there's our hacking. Farb. Every stream. It's like the worst. If I upgrade this to level 2, can I buy 2 drone parts? Yes. Goes to Slognog. I think that's Slognog is the counting badge. Yeah, gotta count 7 there. I kind of like buying the 2 drone parts here. Hull missile. Hull missile is almost kind of tempting too, but we have the swarm. All right, this is okay. I definitely feel way more comfortable now than I did previously. We may not go to that store. If we get like a lot of value out of this one, then we'll hop to the store, kind of fill out the rest of our fuel. I can't. Repairs I don't care about. If we gave them 5 missiles, let's see, 5 missiles is potentially 1 reactor, 10 hull, 15, 20 scrap. 15 missiles is 1 reactor, 15 hull. No. A random augment. The best would be 5 hull and 30 to 40 scrap. I think I'd rather just have the missiles here. Oh, give us sound. Thank you. Game sound. So we're going to decline, and that does mean we're not going to the store. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5. Gosh, it could be 6. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's 3 jumps. That's jump 4. Is this 2 more jumps? 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to count it one more time, but I think we actually do have 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which is our third jump. Right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is jump 4. So yeah, we do have 6 jumps in the sector. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And hopefully we pick up fuel because we only have 3 left. Unless we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unless we get something here, then we go. Oh no, the store's going to get overtaken. Nope. Okay, well. Okay. Quad Mantis, good. I mean, we shouldn't take any damage or anything, just yuck. This is no scrap reward. I really don't want them in my piloting. All right, well, that was very cleansing of the crew. So kind of next on the list, I would like Zoltan Shield Bypass. That'd be really beneficial for Phase 3. And just weapons in general. We are in Sector 4, 3 shields. Curve-wise, we're pretty all right. Okay, so again, we determined this is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 4, 5, and then that's another 6. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 5 jumps. You cross paths with a manned ship. Looks to have dozens of layers of armor plating. What must have been 100-year career. It's Captain's a legendary thief, Kazakh Plethkalek. Crew looked frightened. Let's do some sort of weird alien kind of haka. Charge our weapon. All right, what kind of weapon setup do they have? All right, could be small bomb, could also be stun bomb. Would I rather use a missile than a drone part? Yeah. I kind of want to know what this bomb is before I actively engage in potentially risking crew because of a clone bay. It's not a small bomb. Okay, it's a stun bomb. So I don't need you. Yakety strats. It's only a concern if they hit my shields. Good exercise? Yeah. All right. Okay. Do they retain exercise through cloning? They lose, I do believe it's like 10% of their gains per clone. All right, Jackson, I'm gonna have to change you to Kazakh, but as a tradition, Jackson, there we go. No, a bug now. You're a very qualified bug now. All right, so now we do have 4 Mantis boarders, which is really excellent. Gosh, none of them have any training except Kazakh, which they will rapidly use, but they'll generally maintain it. All right, so teleporter upgrades $30. 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 jumps left. 1, 2, and 3. No, there's 4 jumps left. 4 jumps. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've already seen 2 stores, so we know there's no other stores left in this sector. Like a great teleporter. Or am I already like too thin and I should probably go ahead and upgrade reactor here? As long as we have enough humans to eat to get, we have 1. Don't eat human. I mean, don't drink fuel, don't eat humans. Let's not. We don't have to be that way. We could be better, chat. We could be better. We also have a quest marker, which should be a free weapon. Oh no, Trax, it's awful. I hate when I do that. But I can't have the government tracking me down, knowing where I go. Let's go reactor right now. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Hi. Okay, that's not good. Unless we're safe, which we might be safe. Where's the other drone? There's not another drone? Okay. Okay, so I don't care about... eventually I do want dodge. Okay, now I want to check out their engines if possible. Eight crew is the max. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we take out their piloting, and then we technically don't want their engines and piloting to ever be synced. So best is like them being 15 seconds apart. Boy, I'm really glad I bought that reactor, by the way. I mean, I could steal one. Keeping the missiles in case I need them. All right, I can just go into oxygen. So my crew should be able to do 5 damage to a system. All right, unfortunately, that is essentially perfectly timed. That's not what we wanted to have happen. That was also not good. I mean, their dodge is very bad. So I actually have to wait. All right, if I'm breaking 5 systems at 6 seconds, I'm essentially can stay over there for 30 seconds. And this takes 30 seconds to repair. I could mistime it, so yeah, I can't actually board in this situation. Okay, the FTL's charged, so we'll go ahead and just put reactor over here. Please break it before this gets back online. That'd be awesome. Okay, that's fantastic. Fantastic. Everything's okay, chat. All right. You go over here. I'll put you in oxygen. Should be able to break it before anything becomes an issue. Come on, Artie. Artie's the best. Artie's the best for a whole 15 scrap. Thanks, Dumb. Dumb was taken. No. Bum, ba-dum, bum. 3 more jumps. No, I didn't actually save your position. Nice. Yeah, so instead of the artillery system being a beam that pierces 5 shields, you get something that's essentially the equivalent of a Flak 2. Except it's slower, more power hungry, and yeah, no, yeah, that's and it's actually also less accurate. Pretty bad. All right, 33 bucks. Yeah, we could do that. So right now it only costs me 1 reactor, but that takes 50 seconds. So that makes it so much worse than the Flak 2 to get up to in Shadow. That's 2.5 times as slow as a Flak 2. To get it to a Flak 2 speed, I actually had to sink 4 power into it, which level 4 cost me as much as a Flak 2. Yeah, it only does the 7 shots. Our flak one's OP. They're very, very strong. For 65 scrap, breaking through for 3 shields is really good. They're also a common weapon, so you'll often find them in stores. So why do we bother using it? We bother using it because I'm making use of a resource. Like, it still ended that fight a lot faster than if I was just punching it down. Eventually, like, if we do get really far ahead, we can sink money into it to try and strip enemy shields that are a threat. No, that's gross. Very gross. It's not running away, but this fight is incredibly dangerous. All right, I'm trying to figure out if there's any way I can safely win this fight. Pretty sure the answer is no. So I can do 5 damage before I have to bring my crew back, but they have this bomb here. Cloaking or teleporter? Oh, cloaking. Like, if you consider shields, engines, like piloting, weapons, traditional systems, and like the buyable systems are cloaking, hacking, teleporter, drone control, and mind control. Cloaking's number 1, or I'm sorry, hacking's number 1, cloaking is number 2. Mind control's probably 3. The last 3 I can kind of shift between depending on what certain circumstances are. Like, teleporter is really amazing in normal and easy mode because you can easily kill a flagship with it. Anyways, all right. Because this bomb, if it's a small bomb, I'm in trouble. I have no idea if it's a small bomb or not. So probably the best thing to do is just to run from this fight, because it also has cloaking as well. Like, we can board and do 5 damage to their weapon system, so in theory, I could take all these systems offline but this one. But because I don't know what this bomb is, like, I can't risk it that my crew just get sniped and die. If it's not a threat of a bomb, then we might be able to board. All right, so this already charged 9 seconds. This is not charged. So this is an ion bomb. Okay, ion bomb's not an issue, assuming we don't take like any actual damage. I don't have the power, the reactor, to start charging Artie here. It still isn't like wholly safe, but all right. That, asteroids, and that. This is much better for us. The only potential threat really is maybe damage or getting hit here. All right, let's see if I get hit in the shields before we send our other crew over. We'll maximize our dodge and give ourselves the best chance of it not hitting our shields. Okay, it's gonna hit my shields. All right, their weapon system's offline. Repair arm? I mean, like, repair arm late game does have a use. Not the best use, but it is a use. Alright, I'm using 2 Zoltan so that we're at least at 2 shields. Our FTL is charged. Okay, we should have this fight. Ba-bum. A couple of ships punching each other. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while since I watched Gundam, but it does sound accurate. Cool. Alright, what's nice is it does take a minute for them to repair weapons because the system's hacked. Well, it would if we powered our hacking. Let's go ahead and do that. Are you gonna be able to break it? Cool. Oh, that was fun. So like I said, Ion Bomb would have been fine because we can just put a Zoltan in this room and our crew doesn't die. It's the small bomb, because small bomb we just kill the system completely. You see Nabs? Nice. Nice. All right, next jump. Everything's charged. Everything's back online. Every crew is in their correct positions. Good. That's a giant missile. I'm gonna attack the ship. So we're gonna bring our charge missile online for this fight. We're gonna hack, and then we're going to send 2 boarders over once they send somebody over to our ship. Alright, so that's a 7-second hack plus the charge time, so we're buying ourselves a dumb amount of time. Essentially, we're buying ourselves 20 seconds, so our swarm missile should be able to fully charge. All right, and let's finish them off. Like, it would be slower than heavy. Jeez. Okay, so resume how fast as the light would be a heavy game. I would think it'd have to be something involving Tabletop Simulator. We're at 75 scrap. I'm gonna go ahead and buy another reactor. Yeah, it'd have to be some sort of strategy game. Like, the first thought, like, as far as like slow gameplay that I could think of was Cultist Simulator, which I think is based on Tabletop Simulator. Because there are, like, you just have to do these loops sometime that can, like, you're just doing the same loop for half an hour to a full hour trying to make progress or trying to build up resources, and you have to actually manually move cards for the loops. That can be for a rough time. All right, you're like okay health. Jax, afraid not. Desert Bus, I'm not familiar with Desert Bus, but maybe. All right, 55 scrap. That's Assault and Shield bypass. It's cool. Would you rather? Would you rather play a run where you could only use weapons you found at none from the store, or would you rather play a run where you had to primarily board with nothing more than 1 rock every round? Oh, the weapons one. I mean, like, you can... I mean, some runs, like, you can't, but then, I could at least still board or hack, and there's stuff that I could potentially do. There's a couple ships that I could do that with. Boarding with a singular rock without... I mean, I guess it depends on what weapons I start with. Desert Bus is a very realistic simulant of a bus drive, 8-hour drive. I know they have, like, those, like truck driver simulators, and they're not for me. Power to you if you enjoy them. Where you just, like, drive around from point A to point B. Occasionally run over a moose. Even though we have a clone bay, that's dangerous, so we'll just take the debris. All right, next sector. NG or abandoned? I think we'll go NG. I think we'll go NG. Oh, yeah. Sorry, right. Not something. I do use colorblind mode on. While I myself am not colorblind, possibly viewers are. So it's just in the, don't. Yeah, colorblind mode enabled. All right, there are 2 to 3 stores in this sector. Let's see if we can find one. No. Yeah, I mean, there's all these like little hidden game strategies, but then there are certain mechanical ones. Like, I didn't know that there are 2 pause buttons for thousands of hours, but there is. So I could spend $40 here. While still being able to buy, but I also need fuel and some other stuff, so. Of course I'm not giving you 23 scrap. That's silly. Why would I ever give you 23 scrap? Why are your weapons disgusting? Why are you like this? Who hurt you other than me? Because I do plan on hurting you here. If they're boarding... Oh, we might do a medbay hack here. It's kind of an interesting call. Alright, their crew are just gonna instantly die. And now we'll go punch down their weapons. Cool. Yeah, you run to your med bay. Oh, actually, they could get to the med bay. That's fine. Because it does remember the amount of damage that they did to the doors when they first try to get through or first try to get out. Okay, this is fine for us still. It's cool. Zaz! Hi, Zaz. Goodbye, Zaz. The love microwave room. Yeah, it's not a tactic I typically use, but I mean, it kind of made a lot of sense there to me. Like, by hitting the med bay, we win those fights very quickly. Zoltan's gonna die very quickly, and then we 2v1 the NG, and we are able to kill them. And then, like, when they eventually do return, essentially we just get a lot of alone time with their weapons. Distress beacon. All right, we do not go to the distress beacon. Zoltan shield removal if I need it. The reason I don't go to the distress beacon is we are down to 4 fuel, and this beacon doesn't show me any jumps that I haven't already seen. So essentially, we're burning 2 jumps of vision while also possibly falling further behind. Like giving the, like if we get stuck, like let's go 3, 2, 1, 0, and the flag, we have like 2 jumps to get out of being out of fuel versus like 1, 2, 3, 4. And hopefully we've seen a store by then. Hopefully. Hail them. Sure. Store. Just take it. Again, this Kazakh quest should be a free weapon. Heavy laser. All right, I have mantis pheromones. I forgot about that. We buy all the fuel. Is there another store immediately next to... All right. All right, 8 fuel. I generally like having about 14 fuel. What did I say wrong? I mean, assuming I said something wrong, that's crazy. I'm always right-ish. I forgot that we had mantis pheromones because we got Kazakh. Yeah. We start with emergency respirators. We kept them. So emergency respirators is really great against auto ships because, like I said, it essentially allows 2 crew to board in and do 5 damage to a system. More if you have crystals, more if you had rocks, but less if you use Zoltans. Yeah, they actually are found on the Mantis ships at the start. All the enemy Mantis ships that the AI have also have... Wait, do they actually have pheromones? One of them doesn't have pheromones. Because, like, slug ships will have slug repair gel, rock ships have rock plating, Lania ships have emergency respirators on all of them. I think I take the quest and maybe loop around before we get to the store. This is the first time as a Mantis. Well, enjoy. Yeah, I want a little bit more information. Oh, that's cool. Okay, hull missile, nice. 1, 2, then 3. Goes Mantis, also true. Sell drone parts, heck no. All right, so like I said, we were potentially scouting to find another store. So we're gonna go store, distress store. Again, I really would like to find Zoltan Shield Bypass. No, no, no. Don't care about those. Am I keeping the hull missile? It's only 2 damage. But is it better than the swarm missile? So the problem with the swarm missile is the swarm missile can miss. Like in a 2x1 room, where this one doesn't. We're not buying Vulcan. I know chat's probably disappointed. We don't have we don't have enough to make Vulcan work, I don't think. Like, if we had cloaking, I don't even know if we're gonna have enough scrap to really, like, get our weapons to that point. It's just so slow to get started. It's also, like, a ton of scrap to get online right now, like, just to buy it. But what about double Vulcan? Less so? I'm tempted almost by the whole laser. Just because I do want, like, if I can't get a bypass, then I'm going to want something that's going to, like, crack Zoltan shields. Like, burning through a bunch of missiles to do so is not particularly enticing. But if so let's sell the swarm missiles. We'll buy this. We hope this gives us something, and then if the store has bypass, we'll pick it up. We might even sell emergency respirators, even though it's like emergency respirators are good for us. Bypass is more important. Like I said, I just need to start getting weapons online. Sure, there is a store right next here that makes that an easy call. I very seldom play with the Vulcan. I've done it. There's the Vulcan command, which you've seen. There was one time I used it on NGA. So we had cloaking, hacking, I think even stealth weapons, or if we didn't, that and a chain laser. But like with the defense drone, force shields, cloaking, and hacking, like, yeah, we're so ridiculously safe. Like the chain laser, or the Vulcan gets very easily protected. These aren't the items that I wanted. Probably just... We take long-range scanners and sell pheromones, then? I'd rather be at 10 drone parts. Okay. Defense drone. I got at least one more jump before the exit. Come across it. Yeah, I know. We're still declining this. This is still not good enough for us. Can we just call it giving a bird? Yes. Approved Blackbird. Decline. Exit. That was a quick sector. We had no fights. I don't think. Oh, hey, the civilian ship. This ship is gross. Wow, double missiles. One's an Artemis as well. Okay, I'm not getting that dodge. I got that dodge. Okay, it's an empty room. Artie goes down. Artie, no. Okay. 2 shots I don't care about. So I boarded in here so that they're going to try to run away, and they had to bust through a bunch of doors, and so I'll be able to at least kill those 2 crew first. Fortunately, it does mean that their like weapons are going to like stay online. Because they're pilots in piloting. All right, not the weapon offline I wanted. Okay, 1 dodge. That's charging. Good dodge. Another good dodge. No. All right. And then everything was fine. Okay, that's down. $44. Hey, T-Lac. How's it going? Get off my ship. Crow, is that necessary? Nope. Not even slightly. So you'll heal 32? 1, 2. Oh, I gotta heal both of you. You're fine. You two are not. Is this dog said she would you give me birthday day? Dude, kids never listen. That's all I can say. The newest weapon not putting it on a hallmark. Do you have... Well, so we just sold our one missile for this missile just because this one doesn't miss. So the swarm missile fires a reticle like a flak, and there's no guarantee it hits 2 by 1 rooms. That's too much of a risk for me to take. So I actually swapped off to it. Like if we find a small bomb or like a breach bomb or maybe even a Pegasus missile, like we could swap off to something like that. But yeah, that's true. We don't like get full value out of it. Oh geez, Raccoon World. Raccoon World. I could. Sure. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so $50. Dodge. More reactor, I guess. I mean, being able to upgrade. Like, I would love to upgrade weapons too. Like, that would be really nice. And then we could board, fire 5 shots, but really that's only like 2 damage, so it's not that different from the whole missile that we currently have. Want to put off the whole missile? Oh, sorry. There's a chance. Exceedingly focused. Still trying to maintain focus. That is actually like a real danger in playing like FTL. Like, you keep winning, and it's easy to get kind of like complacent. Okay, that's a giant missile. Well, you gotta be that way. They don't have a med bay though. Might be a breach missile. Actually, I think we'll kill them before they have a chance to fire. Oh, no, 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 there's still another crew. Yeah, no, it just happens. Okay, maybe. Maybe because it's a breach, we can double hack. Nice. Okay. Breach missiles are great. They're so ridiculously slow. 79 plus 16. That's close. 16. I don't know. I have a bunch of rocks to deal with. Is there a store? Yes. Alright. I guess I could have checked that, then I wouldn't have to actually refresh any of my crew. Hermes. Okay, so this gets sold. This probably also gets sold. Hermes is great. So Hermes is, it doesn't miss. It's a 14-second charge timer, and it's 3 damage. So it's better than the weapon that we are currently using. We also probably go ahead and buy the heavy one here. I forgot you hadn't finished respawning yet. So that we could have essentially hull 2, burst 1, and heavy laser for the flagship Zoltan shields. Assuming there's not something immediate. Okay, there's not another store. I do have to check to see if this is store 2. I don't like that we have to go like this diagonal along this way because there's just like we're not picking up a ton of new beacon information, but I have to check them because again we are trying to find stores. Zoltan Shield bypass just makes the final phase a lot better for us. Hermes is a good pickup though. Yeah, let's go ahead and buy the heavy. I'm gonna buy 1 fuel. Then we're actually gonna take a break. I need to refill my beverage. I also want to get up and move about a little bit, even though it's only been about 2.5 hours. But I could also just use this slight mental break before what we're gonna get into. So our final ship, we are gonna need at least level 2 oxygen, because it's like imperative we crew kill in phase 1. Because that makes phase 2 a lot easier for us, because we'll be able to break the missiles before they can do anything. So we have that set up that we're going to be going for. We also need to have 4 shields, because we don't have cloaking, and that's going to help us try and survive the drone surge. But yeah, let's just like take a 3-minute break, get up, stretch, move about the cabin, and then return to your seats. And like I said, I'll be back. Thanks everybody for stopping by. See you on the other side. Oh my gosh, chair? No, I don't let chair run my stream. Too many streams have been ruined because they put their chairs in charge. No, 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 no. That, no. Rumberry sorbet? Nice. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. I'm pretty sure there's nothing else that we need at the store currently. Drones, crew is fine. We don't need to sell anything. Like I said, we have our plan. I have no idea how much reactor or power I'll be able to even put into weapons. Like, everything looks good to some degree. It's like, oh, like, you know you're alive, but like everything else that I still kind of need is really expensive. Attempt evasive maneuvers. What's one of these is better? Fun fact, if we had a hull missile, we don't get this blue option. For some reason, it's bugged and actually doesn't give it to you as a missile weapon. All right, 4 hull damage, 1 to a random system, lose 1 missile and receive a low amount of scrap. Well, that sounds terrible. Cut the wire is medium scrap or 6 hull damage, 1 crew, and a breach. What? So 4 guaranteed damage, or we have to roll 6 damage? Well, I guess that's a pretty easy call. Yeah, it's like 6, it's a coin flip of us taking 6 damage and getting nothing or medium scrap. Yeah, I'll take low scrap and save myself 2 hull. Thank you. Not a store, so we're gonna pass it to get more information on the sector layout. Scrap it. Okay, 55 bucks. Oh, it's another store. Hi, what are you? You're in a sun. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, let's farm up money before this store. I guess I gamble more often. I don't know, like that's a tough call. It really is. Like, you know, on average it's 3 damage, but I really don't want to take 6. I try to play around like the bad RNG, I guess. Yeah, I guess we'll try and maximize our scrap before we get to the store. Normally I don't, but again, this is the second store in the sector. We know it's the last store in the sector, barring an event store. Oh, hi. Gross. Okay, so we're definitely hacking their weapons. They boarded us. They're gonna send more boarders over. Okay, it's only a single boarder. Darn. Darn. All right, the reason I'm saying darn is the game typically takes off its least charged weapon. So if I do 3 damage with my missile, this stays online and these 3 weapons come offline. So I was hoping for a much shorter cloak. But we should be able to do at least 1 system damage first, pull the pilot, and then put a Hermes missile into it. They also have a clone bay, which is kind of disgusting. Okay, so 2 shields is now good enough to be completely safe. Da-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum. Okay. So we just need to control the fight and then break their clone bay. What I would like to do is just have all their weapons completely offline so that I don't need any reactor in my shields. Cool. Okay, put you two here. Oh yeah, manually search the wreckage with medbay. I mean, it's only a 20% chance. There are times where that is the right call. Cool. That's a really good pickup. So that is some Zoltan shield killing good action right there with the charge ion. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, so even if we don't get bypass now, we're still in a better position because we can just run like that, burst 1, heavy 1, and potentially hold 2. Again, we'll have to see how much scrap we have. Like I said, level 4 shields is the most important thing for us. Without level 4 shields, you just absolutely risk dying to the drone surge. So even if we go like 5 power in weapons, it's decent. I'm gonna buy 1 reactor. Oh yeah, that's right, we have the store coming up. I almost forgot. 1, 2, 3. Piracy tasty? Maybe. All right, it's another flak, so I might not even have to use a drone part here. Oh! Huh. That was unfortunate. That's even more unfortunate. Nah, I boarded him in this alternate room because I thought that was going to land and didn't happen. So actually I've created... But that's with the hacking now, I get it back in line. I can't let this fire. How did the other one not show up? Okay, I guess that's on me. Shoot. I have a plan. You are gonna go to shields. Nope, nope, shields. Didn't get there in time. It was enough of a distraction just before it went offline. All right, well, this could hurt. Okay, 1 damage is pretty acceptable. No, they burned out one of their eyes, almost died, then they both switched to shooting the fresh one. Oh, yeah, it's really weird if they're at, like, an angle, they don't... Sometimes they, like, double up on their hits. I actually don't know why they do that. simmer down now. Store. Bypass, bypass, give it to me. Okay, or nothing. That's fine. Small bomb, though. I mean, I think we'll just keep the Hermes. It's not a big enough improvement over the Hermes missile. Yeah, like ships with a missile defense drone, like a DD-1, DD-2 stink, but the fact that it's 3 damage is just too good right now. Plus, I don't have the scrap. I'm streaming early because A, this ship tends to be long runs, and B, I didn't stream all week because my sister and Coco were in town. So I'm like trying to make it up a little bit. There was a chance at maybe doing a double run. It was just kind of depended on how this run goes and what I roll for the next ship. Store. Yeah, Coco. I did. Where is it? Where's me? Ba, 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 ba. If you're on the Twitter, there you go. Told Coco how much chat loves Coco. All right. Again, I honestly, I don't know. This kind of makes sense. This also kind of makes sense, even though to like just make these fights safer, so I'm not doing as many repairs. Phasmophobia. I mean, Papa Need is streaming. There's a Phasmophobia update like that's soon to be out. 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because they're going to introduce 2 new ghosts. They're reworking Asylum. Okay. Again, we've seen both stores. Combat 2. No, that's money. I'll upgrade this first instead, and then... Alright. Shields has to be upgraded. Oh, yeah, no, there have been a couple times I've played Phasmophobia over with Papa Neat. It's just kind of like lining up the schedule with him and Tally. His family's been like sick a couple days. You know, 2 kids, a wife, so you have this group of 4, plus his parents were like in the middle of a move, so staying at his place. Yeah, I think they were gonna do some different challenge stuff. I guess a lot of people aren't the biggest fans of Nightmare, Nightmare can work to some degree. It can just, like, I've done some solo Nightmare runs. Okay, weapons are a little bit gross. So am I killing these 2? Sure. I don't know, they have a clone base, so it doesn't matter. Oh, this is already firing? Okay, board 3, board 2, pilot comes down. Oh, that's on fire? If it wasn't on fire, they both would not have left. Oh, the burst is offline. We're safe now. Once the burst came offline, we're just completely good. Yeah, no, I think the updates have been pretty interesting. You know, they've done some really cool balancing reworks. Small bomb, jeez. Like, I know they're updating the van. They're gonna update character models, which that's the thing I'm actually a little bit sad about, is that they're gonna need to get rid of the character models, because I kind of love their wonkiness. I mean, I get it. I get why they don't want them, like, bending through walls and looking all awkward and whatnot, but it's super amusing to me. Though I do appreciate, like, they put that as, like, not the most important thing. Like, they understand that getting the mechanics and whatnot. Yeah, no longer bending through walls. That's eventually the goal, I guess. I guess they don't know what peak human form looks like. Eventually. I'm gonna go ahead and buy... Let's buy 2 reactor. Float 55 scrap for the bypass, and then we'll just start putting all of our spare money into shields. All right, 1, 2, I don't think that's 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got a little bit more room. I'll call it 3. If not, we can actually run pretty quickly. Yes, this is fine. Getting rock plating, which sells for 40 scrap, and a free repair when in Sector 7, when repairs are 4 scrap each, that could be really good. Okay, well, that was a fun end to the sector. Aid the civilian ship. They also have hacking. I have to figure out what they're hacking first. They're hacking my teleporter. So this is the reason you have to upgrade your teleporter before you fight the flagship, is in case your teleporter gets hacked. It's the only system that works this way, but you can depower your teleporter in between, and if it's not powered, when they hack it, none of your crew come back. But you have to have a high enough teleporter that it comes off cooldown in time. I kind of want to kill this crew so that they don't have piloting. So my missiles are that much more likely to land. It's kind of an interesting idea. Slight distraction. Okay, I didn't get there. Should have waited then. All right, so yeah, we can just depower this. Much better. Is it on? All right, so they only have 2 shots then. Oh, they brought the missile back online, but it lost a good amount of their charge. Okay, let's go ahead and break into this. So see, because there's no power in it, they can't actually pull our crew back. I got a little bit spooky in one area, but yeah, it's we're okay now. I hope. We're gonna waste a missile for 2 damage. No. Alright, crew swap. Oh, it's only 1 damage missile? 50, 31, nice. It's pretty good. Yeah, there was one really nasty fight. I'm gonna have to, like, review it. I'll talk to Mike about it. Like, Mike! Should I have ran because I had level 2 clone bay? How could I have done it better? How could I have done it differently? My initial strategy was just 100% wrong, though. I was not thinking it completely through. Because I needed actually another crew to pull it off. Though it kind of worked. Okay, next sector. Civilian or NG controlled? Oh, that's interesting. So NGs are generally nicer fights for us. We would need the small bomb because Hermes probably isn't getting through on most of them. Both of them are 2 to 3 stores. Geez, I don't know. Do we switch to this? Because, so civilian sectors just are gonna be better in terms of scrap. I won't have many fights, but again, we do have the event where we could potentially just get a full repair anyways. Same number of stores, but it's just more scrap in general. I feel like I need scrap. I still need a lot of scrap. Let's go civilian. Is there an immediate store? No, there is an immediate fight. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ew. Wait. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, diving, if we get a bunch of repairs, will be fine. Before I take this fight, though, let's go ahead and get, I think, another weapon online in case it is Zoltan shields. As much as I keep talking about like how I absolutely need to get shields 4, but you know, I also have to try and mitigate damage in the fights that we are going to be facing. Great. Okay, we're gonna hack here. Do I want to board in the oxygen? Just so that when I hack, they can't run away. Oh, there's still 3 of them. Okay. For some reason, I thought they only had 4 crew. All right, let's kill the NG. Vent them. Go ahead and move in here until they show up. Okay, NG's dead. And that means there's nobody currently in piloting. So I could small bomb this so they can't heal up. Hopefully. Now we're just sort of at the mercy of how long it takes for us to do anything else. Yep. Okay, so like boarding into yeah. Cool. Joel, hi. Oh, your repair train? Weapons train is more important. See ya, tracks. So what I did there is it looks like one of them died before they actually teleported back. which is great. And so there was a concern where, because my hacking was on cooldown, I didn't want them to have to punch down the doors because that would slow my ability to kill them and give more time for their weapons to charge and potentially fire. So I boarded in that one and was going to send the other crew out with the most health to try and finish off the last of their crew, or potentially even use a small bomb. We didn't have to do that though, fortunately. Like I said, one died, so we were able to kill them off very quickly. Bye! You're fine. You're basically fine, don't you? Oh, this is the rock quest too. So this quest, nothing happens, and then we chase them down and we get a free repair. But wait, we don't get any money for it. We just get... Oh, no, I don't think we actually can do the quest because it is Sector 7. Like, my chances of being able to sell rock plating are very low. I should really consider that. Like, I get it here, and then I have to go to the second place, and then I have to find a store. Yeah, let's actually skip the quest. Okay. Agree to capture the ship. So this I need to crew kill. And I have to go through a pulsar to do it. Heck yeah. The fight's disgusting. Awesome. Alright, they have med bay. They have 4 crew. I don't know what kind of drones they're going to have. So, something will have to be hacked. Probably want my weapons online. They're gonna at least have 1 shield up. I have to know what their other drones are before I can do anything. Darn. Boarding drone is bad. I'd almost bet there's an ion intruder back there. Which isn't great, but it does mean that we can just focus on taking their weapons down. Unfortunately, the NG's gonna come. The Mantis is gonna help out here. Wow, it's just the one boarder? I'm actually very surprised about that. Okay. I really like to send these two. All right, Pulsar coming in hot. Joy of joys. It'd probably be best to just try and break their med bay so we can win this fight clean. Leave up 1 shield with the Zoltan so it's more likely to get hit to protect everything else. Unless my hacking goes down, then that's, well, we'll power it up at least to level 1. Oh, that's gonna be slow. Okay. It'll be close. Shields went down, doors went down. Well, I don't care about doors. Level 1. Okay, that's offline. The NG's actually got this. You got this, NG. All right, and again, we shook this off pretty quickly. Good dodge. Don't worry. No, 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 no. Another pulsar. I mean, I think we just have the crew kill right now, so we don't really have to use any other resources. Felicity. No thanks. I can't. There's like nothing I can do with them. Oh, right. I'm in a pulsar. I'm in a hazard event. Start fixing the breach. Put crew over here. I could have brought them all back. Alright, there we go. Again, I want this breach fixed. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. We know that's not a store. We actually know that's not a store, so that's fine. Yeah, generally I hack weapons, but I really had to be better about considering taking down their drones, like hacking drones if they're disgusting. Like they could actually be more of a threat. I don't like that Ratman's low on health, but I also don't want to actually lose that training. Well, we'll be better in 3 or 4 jumps. Yeah, but that's like a biased opinion. You did a good job there, though. You calmed those people down. All right, so this is a crew kill, and we have to get a crew kill. If we kill this ship, we're dead. Which is a real fun thing to consider. Had to take this ship intact. Boy, it's going to really limit my ability to find a store. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, we probably are diving anyways. Only take 20 damage. Yeah, okay, so we'll be at 3. Yeah, that's fine. Of course, it's Zoltan Shields. And Mind Control. Alright, it's only level 1 MC, so that's easily that we can just vent this crew and ignore them. Our weapon system isn't too bad if we get good dodges. Okay, so all these weapons are now worthless. Oh, Wiki only does 15? Oh, okay. Well, that's I have no idea what I was talking about. Well, that's good. That's pretty all right. Okay, more shots is good. More shots is very good. I just gotta try and find the store now. Because this is what we have in the holding. Yeah. Don't care about that quest. We already determined that. I mean, we do put it up over this. It's true. I was just going through all my other steps. Sure. Totally gonna help. No, I'm not. Just kidding. I had to check to see if this is a store. So, good luck. Good luck. Okay, hacking, disgusting weapons. Cool, cool, cool. My favorite. I have to see what they're hacking first. They're hacking my shields. Okay. They do have 2 Mantis, 2 NG, and a human. That's not great for us, just FYI. Oh my gosh, you said that got in the room? I disagree. That's not the weapon offline that I wanted. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chill out there, NG. Probably can kill the human before it does anything. Like before this fires. Oh, it's an NG? Definitely can. Cool. Alright, we bring him back. Is it a store? No. 5, 6. Like I said, there's a good chance I'm just diving here. Yeah, it's fine. Well, we're trying. Yeah. There'll be backup borders, so hopefully it's not really an issue. Get to the storage cache. Yes. It's kind of gross. We might not board here. The double bombs just make it too dangerous for our crew to go over there. My precious, precious crew, who I love and don't want anything bad to ever happen to. Against double small bombs? Heck no, I'm not boarding. Are you kidding me? Oh, there went my piloting. That's very bad. Okay, yeah, we have to hack weapons here. I was hoping not to, but now I have to. This ship's so ridiculously dangerous. So with my piloting down, I can't stop that ion from pinging my shields every single time to set up the halberd beam eventually. Oh, okay, that works. All right. Cool. So we should only need shields too. Okay, they're down to only having 3 power in their weapons. We have hacking back online. Maybe crack piloting. Okay. Setting up Artie. Cool. 52, 29, and a store. Neat. Oh, let's go. Yes, please. All right, you can have this. That's yours. You can keep it. All right, what are we keeping? 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, we're actually triple diving. I think we're double diving. Like, that store cost me a double dive. Like, I still take it. But I don't even know if I'm actually there in 3. Okay. So this is where we have to figure out everything. This is where we have to figure out everything that we need for the final sector. Because, like, we might not see another store. I don't want to run out of drone parts. I want at least level 5 engines, because we're definitely diving once. 1, 2... Oh, 1, 2, 3. Right. 1, 2, 3. For some reason, I was counting 4. Okay, singular dive. Totally acceptable. Do I still want the Hermes? So our final loadout against the flagship will be this at most, so we sell the whole laser. I think we sell long-range scanners here, like they've done their job. We don't use them essentially for the rest of this sector. Right, that's cool. I mean, it's so good. It's so good. Like, I still want something to crack the results in shields against the flagship phase 3. I just don't know if I'm going to need that 25 scrap for something else. That's 100. It's 25. I guess we can hold on to it. So I do want the 4 shields. I don't know if it's that big of a deal of that. If you had to rely on a single weapon as an artillery piece, you couldn't find a weapon system in this scenario. You upgrade artillery to level 5. What, like, what, you mean artillery beam versus artillery flak? Like, I mean, if you use artillery beam with cloaking and hacking, essentially you are safe. Like, you can just get level 2 cloaking, level 2 hacking, and artillery beam wins against everything but the flagship. Like, because it doesn't do enough to Zoltan shields, that the flagship will respawn Zoltan shields. I really don't know. I mean, I want something, like, really absurd. Alright, so we got 4 shields. I don't know, maybe this is fine. I just try and think of it, is 25 scrap going to be better somewhere else? Probably I can just go with small bomb and be pretty happy with it. And then we're just doing small bomb this instead of that. That's essentially the same kind of deal. Just related to at level 5. Like every 3 seconds? Yeah, that's still not that great. I mean, yeah, it gets through like 3 shields, but that's a lot of reactor put into it. Like, as far as I would go with the flak too. I mean, just because it's 7 shots, that would definitely be the best. I mean, so I still like getting through. I mean, you are right. Like, it's not as necessary. I still like getting through the Zoltan shield as fast as possible so I can bring up my weapons because I don't have cloaking. Like, that surge comes and hits a bunch of stuff. I'm like, oh, geez, I don't have time to waste punching down systems. I need to kill that ship. But getting it online does mean that I'm actually not getting actual damage against it, so let's go ahead and pitch it. Yeah, see, that'd be good stuff. Vulcan. All right, you're at full health. You're at full health. You'll get there. You're a little bit short. Okay. There's still auto ships in the final sector, so still having the emergency respirators is really handy. I mean, I'm selling Hermes here. Just stick with the weapons that we have. Be happy. Okay. Artillery heal bomb. That is the play. I used a heal bomb like twice. Okay. Defend the outpost. Double rewards. I mean, I guess we could try. But they should be able to break their entire weapon system. I think it, well, the spun up Vulcan already fires faster than that, I'm pretty certain. Alright, let's... That was fun. Okay. 24, 43. All right, that's essentially minimum engines has been done, minimum O2. We just buy reactor the rest of the way, we should be golden. Though I may then put like extra stuff over into this. Give us an alternate way to damage. Forward scout, gross. This thing. I have no idea what missile it is. Okay. Yep. Nope. Okay, well that hit the crew that was in there, so they just already took damage. Is it on fire? Oh yeah, that's good. Bad for them, good for us. Last kill? Nice. Nice. Okay. 2 reactor. Oh my gosh, my crew is burning. 85, 66. You need reset, you need reset, you need reset. Small bomb every 3.5. Imagine a breach 2 every 3.5 seconds. There you go. Just a breach 2 destroying their ship. That'd be fun. Oh, 4.5. Sorry. So level 6 engines gives us a very high chance that we're actually out of the dive before they fire. It's not 100%. It's very close. Okay. Fire bottom. There you go. That's a store. Dang it. I didn't want a store there. I did not want there to be a store. Reconstruct a teleporter? Yeah, okay, whatever. You are going to be ignored. Alright, I mean, we're just jumping away. Cool. It's fine. See? So there you go. Level 6 engines. We are fully trained. We got the dodge. I mean, I guess we were out of there just before it fires, but it's really, really close. Last stand time. All right. You arrive at an outpost that's close to the Federation base. Your access codes get you past into security, and an officer sets up a direct feed to the small Federation base's war room. Small Tony speaks first, saying, "What is the meaning of this, and who are you? Explain your mission." Hi, you sent us on a mission? You remember that? Your explanation is met with murmurs of cynicism and disbelief among the officers. General Tursel of the Engine Brigade speaks up. Intel suggests a potential counter to rebel technology. Risk all, or save none. All right, chat. I guess we're going to have to finally risk it all, but just this once. Explain the weakness of the enemy fleet. It's a small rebel flagship. Small Tully responds. It's settled. Small rebels will be here in a matter of small moments. We'll do what we can to hold off their small warships. but you must succeed in destroying the small flagship. Your current outpost can provide some repairs and fuel, and other small repair stations can provide aid as well. Small luck. Can we just risk some? No! Far. All the risk. Also, I have a Philip. I haven't named Philip after anybody. What's our pathway? Oh, forced dive. Love you, FTL. You the best. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Maybe we get there before they do, and then we get a reset, and it's not a dive. So one of the things, like when we were at the store and I was trying to figure out the weapon scenarios, I had like a bit of a bad tendency to like keep holding on to flexibility when I actually just need like reactor. Like in the late games, like yeah, having like one item that does crew kill, that's fine. But I'll get like this augment and I'll get all this other stuff, and then I get to the flagship. I'm just like, no, I would like another 4 reactor, please. That'd be very helpful. All 4s die, Sector A. Okay, giant missile. Something that I can bypass. I gotta hack weapons. That's a jerk thing to do, you jerks. No, no, no. I have no idea how you thought that was your moment to shine, but it was not. Okay, good job. All right. Probably. Okay. I'll get fixed eventually. Just eventually. Oh, where do you think you're going? Like a cat? Do I want to go outside? Do I want to be inside? How are Kazakh skills? They're fine. I'm sure they're totally fine. I'm pretty sure that's what they start with. They just have a little bit of training in combat, nothing else. I think that's how it goes. What sector did we pick them up in? Like 5? 4. We picked them up in sector 4, I think. Yeah, so that's the real skill. I actually do like this idea of like not getting stuck in the dive. Why are all the weapons gross? Oh, good. Hi there. Could you punch them in the face, please? Thanks. I appreciate it. No good, I got to reset their health again. 84, 64. So you three are the chosen ones. All right. Store. Interesting. I have two pilots, right? Yeah, I have the Zoltan as a pilot as well. All right, that's quite good. Escrow Revel? Maybe. Okay. Giant missile. Lovely. Boarding again. Okay, actually, probably don't need that reactor for a little while. All right, the two are gonna deal with that. We board, try to like shoot down their clone bay. Sneaky peek. That's what I like to see. Their room's on fire. Cool. 64. If only this part, like, after fights was instantaneous and you just, like, you're done. You know? This takes forever. 9 seconds. Yeah, it's like I said, it's like tacking on 30 seconds every single fight just to clone crew back. Not counting also asphyxiating them. Need cycle explosive. That'd be kind of cool. I'm a little bit concerned we haven't gotten any drone parts. I'm actually tempted to hit the store first. We still get our reset. We still fight the flagship where we do. Like, just to buy, like, a drone part. But I can't afford any drone parts. Alright, so reactor is kind of okay. Honestly, most of the time we won't be powering full reactor. So I just have to be really mindful of mind control. Like, I kind of need that eventually just because mind control is an issue. Because, like, while I can counter it initially, like, the second time it goes off, it could potentially grab my pilot. And I occasionally might just need a buffer point there, because, again, I also don't have cloaking, so... Alright, let's just go take the flagship on, then. Alright, this is it, the rogue flagship. If you're able to destroy this monstrosity, Federation fleet will have a chance of surviving. There's no turning back. Alright, what are you hacking? Kind of important. Incredibly annoying. Incredibly annoying. I mean, I can get around it. It's just super annoying. Yeah, now I have to do like a ton of work. Tributes are no longer a thing. Okay, well, missiles are offline. That's a good start. I guess I could flash. Would be correct to do so. Shouldn't need these weapons anymore. You let your crew die for realsies? No cyclone? Yeah, that's not a good idea. And we could also just small bomb the heck out of them, but... So we break the ion first because the ion stacks with the lasers and the beam. That's why we want them offline. And then, you know, we just shoot this down to control it. 7 buffer crew? Yeah, let's not look at it that way. Okay, I can bring them back using this. Okay. Okay. Yeah, emergency respirators. It's fun. All right, this still hasn't been fixed. That weapon's offline, so we're fine. Nope. Oh, that was a fire. Interesting. I didn't think there was going to be a fire, of course. It's fine. Let's get line of sight. I want to know what's going on. You know, I was worried about that mantis. This one? No, fine. They're fine. It's these two I have to be careful about. Like, I have to keep bringing them back. Because, like, this process is going to take a long time. Because I can't leave them over there, them get locked under a cloak, and then, you know, my clone bay goes offline. Yeah, being miserable builds character. That's right. Okay, again, it is utterly imperative we get a crew kill here so nothing interferes with our ability to punch down the missiles in phase 2. Has to happen. Has to. It's not negotiable. I really want to only keep track of one if possible. Alright, try breaking down that door, help him out. Good job. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Small bomb land. Doesn't cause a fire. Kill off the crew. Start hitting the door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's enough. 10. Gets him out in time. Defense drone. Pretty good. All right, you're at 75 health, you're at 61 health. That's actually acceptable. I think. Yeah, just gotta lead him a little bit there. It's good, it's all good. Okay, it's gonna reduce their piloting. They shouldn't have to actually reset crew health. Okay. Alright, yeah, let's send those two there, these two there. Let's just make this easy for us. Okay, no more cloaking. Are you gonna try and fix that? Are you kidding me? Oh no, you're gonna go to medbay and heal up. What a jerk. Okay. This is fine. You're still completely in control. Got him. Okay. That's how you play around a clone bay hack. Wasn't that fun, chat? One drone part. All right. Ooh. Has to be level 2. Has to be level 2. All right, do I upgrade Artie here? The upgrade to Artie is just so, like, I don't know. It cost me 30 bucks to essentially shave off probably like 5 seconds of charge time. Well, it's not always going to be powered, but you would be correct if I was powering it the whole time. I probably just... Okay, so that's 2 reactor. I'm hacking drones. I mean, we could hack engines. Probably just hack drones. Or do I want this upgraded? Okay. Let's go to the base. By phase 2 at the base. Everything's fine. Chase down flagship. Discovers heavily damaged from the previous fight. Scans indicate to redirect considerable power to his drones. Get ready for a fight. Alright, we're hacking this. I do this just so I can get the power back faster. Okay, Of course, piloting. I don't know, maybe I can break it before it's a pain. All right, it did break. That's good. Dodged a decent amount, but okay. I want this to try and so it like doesn't sync with the surge. Okay, that's fixed. All right, that threat's offline. Let's go deal with piloting. So my shots hit. Try and kill the boarding drone before it gets over here, so I don't have to worry about the garbage it just did like last time. That's offline. Okay. We got 3 damage in. Nice. Oh, hi there. I kind of still wanted that to actually go offline, if you don't mind. Yeah, I don't care about using a small bomb here. Well, apparently. Okay, I would like the missiles not to fire. Nothing personal, I just really hate you. They can't dodge. I mean, I guess that's... beam doesn't go off then. Alright, this isn't gonna happen in time, so we max our dodge for this portion of the fight. Yeah, basically. Oh, that was still firing. Let's bring everybody back then, because we're not monsters. Okay. No drone parts down 6. It's fine. We board into missiles because I want to break down missiles. Some people will board into mind control. I think that's wrong. Mind control, you just learn how to, like, mind control I can do something about. Like, mind control, you can put your crew in good positions. You have clone bay, you can just kill that crew. That kind of thing. But, like, the missiles, you know, if 3 missiles hit starting 6 fires or 4 fires in a breach, like, you're just in a really disgusting position to be in. Versus, like, 1 crew being MC'd. Oh, they're fine. They're considered dead and they come back to your ship. I'm just, like I said, I just, you know, I care about my crew. 32 bucks means I can upgrade my sensors. Yeah, they're fine, just dead. All right, we're gonna roll you over to here. I'm gonna put all 4 of them over here. You over here. Run the NG to sensors, I guess. This going down is not catastrophic. Everything else is, like, kind of important. Hey, Dribrats.
None shall pass.
Welcome back to the Murder Most Foul. There's even a store here. I mean, that's not... I don't want to dive back, but... Alright, non-certain towers key 5 without damage to sustain. Looks like it's transfer towers to the teleports. Looks like a super weapon be prepared. This is it. Like, the missiles are still fired because they are level 4 instead of level 3. But, like I said... Our pilot... Cool. We have a backup pilot. So backup pilot goes here. 2 Mantis go here. These 2 deal with that. Rex is engines, right? Where's Rex? And you're going to weapons. I probably don't really need even level 3, but I don't need the dodge, so. Gonna go ahead and small bomb the missiles. If that actually lands, I think we do get to break them before they fire. It did not land. All right, so out of 1, 2, actually no. Yeah, so that just, they dodged that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, out of 7 damage. They dodged a lot. Oh well. Now I want the mind control offline though. Okay, hitting. All 3 are hitting. 48% dodge. Okay, that's vented. That needs repaired. Help with that. Those 3 shots are fine. Okay, so they'll break it before it fires again. Okay, can you fly this? All right, Pylon's next. Hopefully our dodges are better than 0 for 0 or 0 for 3. 1. Wow. That's not too an important system. Do we care about small bomb? Got the NG there to fix it. And there's still a possibility I dodge a couple of these. MC just landed again. It is down to level 1. Okay. Maybe I should have kept small bomb. Take that shot. I do have hacking though. Engines. So the engines hack. At least I can do. This still doesn't come offline. I could fix that though. Everything's fine. Except that this has to be real reactor. Stop putting battery power in their game. I mean, it's doing it because that's all that's there. Go Artie. Okay, Evasion's completely dead. That's toast. All right. Good dodges. That's cute. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Oh. All right, let's bring everybody back. Again, we're not monsters. GG's. Thank you, Ricochet, Popney, Bosmaniac, Jackson Bird, Ratman, Python, Eiler for joining the crew. 22 and 6. Yeah, I just that one fight in Sector 1 was really bad, and then we kind of just held on. Uh, 12. Am I on a streak? No, streak is 4. Yeah. But, I mean, we had essentially everything we needed to win, like getting the bypass. Like, think if we didn't have the bypass, like how long it took our volley to get through those, that Zoltan shield. That was frustrating. 51-22. That's low. We did get a bunch of free stuff, though. Win the 38, the 95, plus also 90.